there. So today I am continuing the work from last time. I am working on making the Spout2 video sharing system on Windows work online and bridge it to PipeWire on Linux, so we can use OBS to capture video from Windows apps through the Spout2 system. And yeah, so last time I actually just barely got frames out. I think we didn't see anything, but we saw the numbers out of the Spout2 side into my little bridge tool that is based on Titan's work. There's a lot of moving parts here, so I'm working on actually getting the video data in the right place, and Titan was working on making this all work through desktop portals, which are needed for things like Flatpak to work. So we're working on different sides. So I'm using his framework as a base, which is really convenient. And yeah, I just got the frames out of Windows, so it's time to see if we can get them into PipeWire. But first, before that, I'm actually going to be doing some refactoring because we ran into a lot of problems last time. So let me say hi to people. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Fusionjet. Hello, Cyan. Other Cyan. Hello, Mats. Hello, Arisa. Hello, Asparagus. Hello, Wolfboy. Hello, Dusky. Hello, Hongze. Hello, Aki. Hello, hello. Hello, Ayu. Hello, Christian. Hello, Solomon. Hello, Mac Pro Tips. Hello, Mikira. Hello, Jassy. Hello, CJ. Hello, Moa. Hello, hello. Hello, Titan Titan's here too. Hello, Patrick. Hello, Dusky. And hello, Random Moose Brains. Yeah, it's not just Flatpak. It's also so that this is something that can become a kind of standard as how the as far as how the how different apps work with each other. So a little bit like Spout, where you know the app can select a source. This would be launching. I think it would be launching like a desktop portal that then lets you select a source. So it's going to be a little more integrated than what I plan to do today, which is what I plan to do today is to just use a virtual camera. And actually, I was just wondering, I wonder if OBS supports alpha in virtual cameras, because PipeWire supports alpha. I just don't know if OBS is making assumptions about the pixel format. So that's something to check out first. If it doesn't support alpha, it's a little unfortunate, because then it means we need to patch OBS or do something else. But this virtual camera thing would only be a temporary thing anyway. So it's not like this would be wasted effort. It just wouldn't be quite usable, as quickly as I would want it to. So I'm actually going to check that out. I don't know if Titan knows about that. Hey, Zili! Nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, you can apply filters, of course. You could just use a green screen or something, but kind of the point of things like Spout is that you actually get an alpha channel out. So that is what we want to do. Let me make sure my speakers are muted. So yeah, let's get started. Let me get my microphone adjusted, and hopefully my capture is working. I think it is. So the what we just this VTipsy to work on Linux. It works in Wine, so that's the and/or Proton. So that's the idea, is that we can run it on Proton and get this all to work. The node that you created to use the format camera uses. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Cameras don't use alpha, obviously. But cameras do support RGB, and so the question is, is OBS going to explicitly not blend a camera source? I'm actually gonna look at the. Oh, I don't have OBS here. Let me look at the OBS source real quick, because that's going to be an interesting question to ask. Is it OBS project? Or I can't type. I cannot type. Project, I think. No, it's not. It's OBS Studio. What is it? OBS project without a dash. Okay. No, the virtual camera stuff is not done via V4L2. It's done via PipeWire. It's the PipeWire virtual camera, which is why I think this is going to work. So obviously V4L2 virtual camera probably wouldn't work because I'm guessing all the V4L2 consumers and APIs are assuming no alpha. But PipeWire shouldn't make any assumptions. And OBS has shared PipeWire code for other reasons, like screen capture, which does support alpha. So, you know, I'm thinking it should work. Yeah, so there's a camera portal PipeWire thing, and it's all shared code with the... It's the same directory as screencast portal, right? So my hope is it just doesn't care about formats. Stream camera, camera source, video format none. This is type media video format encoded. Yeah, so this would be a raw type. And gets the formats. And this is the control properties. We don't care about those. Really seeing at first glance anything here that means that it's assuming it's one of a list of formats. Yeah, it definitely has the RGB 888 in these are the two that Spout2 uses. So I think I should be able to just split these right through from Spout2. These are the only two formats that Spout2 supports. ARGB 8888 and ABGR 8888. I think. Or BGRA. I hope that's not backwards. I think that's just because they're declared differently. Yeah, I think that should be fine then. So yeah, that should be no problem then. I think it's gonna work. The other question about this is whether the and this is always a question, is whether the alpha is done properly with pre-multiplied or non-pre-multiplied. No camera supports alpha, so whatever this is doing, I'm pretty sure I can just send a PR to OBS to do the other thing or add a checkbox or something. I think the assumption is always pre-multiplied for anything reasonable, because there's like no reason to have non-pre-multiplied alpha in you know, in GPU rendering, especially because it literally is not supportable. So I can find where that rendering stuff is, but if that is not done properly in OBS, I'm pretty sure I can just send a PR to just change it to pre-multiplied, and nobody's gonna care. I know it's done properly for the screencast portal, so if that code is shared, it will work. If the camera is doing pre-multiplied for some reason, I don't think anyone's gonna care if I just change it to non-pre-multiplied. I can just change it to pre-multiplied because I'm pretty sure cameras that support alpha don't exist. So yeah, that's the only potential problem, that it would be a really, 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 really easy fix. Yeah, RTBA is there. So yeah, my only remaining question is whether the actual blending of the source is setting the alpha format right. Which again, I know for Windows is done properly, because I think I actually already had to change something there once. I think I already sent a PR for that at some point. I just don't know if that code is shared. If it's not, might need a look at the link. Oh, if you sent a link, YouTube filters links. Sorry. I don't have Discord logged in here. Can I? Sorry, there's no easy way for you to send me a link right now into this machine. That's one thing I noticed about land mouse is it doesn't seem to support clipboard sharing. Oh, PipeWire C line 273. Yeah. Oh, those. Okay, it's in PipeWire. Yeah, as long as RGBA is actually RGBA, then it's fine. So we're good. BGRA would be nice, but since we have to do a blit anyway, I don't really care. Since I can just do format conversion while blitting, so that's fine. And also, I think that supports modifiers, and I don't know if the camera stuff doesn't for some reason, but ideally we would want to support modifiers too. However, it's probably safest to just have plain linear for now and worry about those later, because it's gonna have to negotiate some of those things. So yeah, that's just, you know, premature optimization at this point, especially since Spout2 is so unoptimized. Anyway, so that looks good. So the first thing I want to do is clean up the usage of the Spout2 API. Because we're using the SpoutDX class, and this API is kind of a mess. And I think we actually want to use the SpoutGL path. And what I really want to do is do as little as possible in Spout2. So basically, I just want to enumerate the senders, get the sender info, like the frame formats, get the shared texture handle, and I do not want Spout to do any copies or anything. I don't even want it to initialize DirectX or OpenGL actually, because I don't want to use DirectX or OpenGL, because I just found out 2 days ago that we don't need to do anything with OpenGL or DirectX. We can just directly convert the texture handle into a Linux texture handle with some evil wine internals, and then just use it with OpenGL and Linux. So I don't want to let Spout to do anything interesting, because I can do it more efficiently myself, I think, and I don't want to write Windows code anyway. So I really just want to get the shared texture, which is actually not this one. I think it's another one, and get the metadata, and then I need the sort of wait for next frame call, so that I can do the frame pacing properly, and that's it. I don't need anything else from Spout. So I'm going to be redoing the Spout sort of wrapper API. But I think I just want to use these directly. So as far as I know, all these APIs are effectively public. So basically what I need is Spout frame count for the I think I need the check axis and the allow axis, which is used to actually synchronize the texture. And then I'm going to need wait frame sync, or something like that, so that we can wait for a new frame. What is blit? Blit is just a image copy. And then I'm going to need sender names, which is where the sender name stuff. And actually, this is making the shared texture info public. So I think if I just get sender names, and then I can just get sender name info. And I also need the texture format, which this doesn't have. There's this get sender info. Or even just get shared info. And yeah, this is public API, I'm pretty sure, because the DirectX example was using this API. So this is going to make a lot more sense than trying to use this SpoutDX wrapper. As long as I can get this shared texture info, this is everything we need. So basically I need, let's actually write out these APIs. And that means I don't even need a, I don't even need to, I could even use a static handle for this sender name stuff. Well, I guess it's better if we still use a proper objectful API here. And the nice thing is that then I only need to instantiate the frame count class, which is instantiated how? Oh, it's just empty. Enable frame count. Oh, you give it the sender name. So this literally is just looking up senders? I guess it would be. How is this doing the initializing the frame count? Check sender. Ah, it does a create exits. Okay, so it's sender names, create sender. No, it's not check sender. The one we need is create receiver. Yeah, it's we need to do a create access mutex for sender name, and then enable frame count, and that's it. So it's a little weird that everything is using names here, but I guess it works. So yeah, let's redo this API to make sense of this. So I think this get sender count stuff is probably around the same as what we already have, because it's just wrapping that. So we're going to see about how to redo that, because I don't want to change code that we don't need to change. But instead of the spout dx stuff, we're just going to create so this will be the sender names. So we don't need anything more. We just need sender names and frame count. That's it. So we're gonna call those sender names, then frame count. And so for frame count, the only APIs we need for now are what we had here. So create access mutex, enable frame count, and get the mutex stuff. So enable frame counts. Create access mutex. And the ones that use allow access. So it's check texture access and allow texture access. Those are the ones we need. And those are passing in the shared texture, which is the one we get from check sender texture. Oh, so this does mean we need DirectX for the texture access synchronization, at least, I think. Is the theme used for Kitty available in the Platinum store? Yes, it's called Hot Pink. Check sender texture. So we do need a OpenDX11 share handle. So you're gonna have to use at least a little bit of of DirectX. Just a little bit annoying. And you do have the device adapter index, which I guess is relevant. I wonder if any of this is public. Actually, sender names and frame count are public. So I wonder if I can just use this wrapper to sort of deal with that. Check sender texture is where? Ah, that's protected. That gets called by receive sender data, which is probably also protected. Because as long as I can call receive sender data, I think this is maybe what I want to do, is just cheat through this. So I want to use receive texture, but I don't want to I don't want to create my own texture because I don't need that. I don't want it to copy anything. So I don't want to use this receive texture thing. I don't want to use receive image. I think, yeah, it would be nice if I could just call this. So it'd be pretty convenient to avoid having to do all this DirectX stuff, but I guess we don't have the API for that. So, okay, then you know what? I'm just gonna make my own API. So we basically want to have a sender names class that only deals with sender names. And then we want to have, instead of wrapping the individual classes, I think I'm just going to make my own API for the receiver and just put everything in there. And so then I can write code in C++ using these APIs directly. And then sort of hide that instead of having to wrap every individual API in C, which is kind of annoying. So we want to have sender names and then spout. Only just spout. It's not even spout DX at this point. It's just spout sender names because there's nothing in DirectX about it. And spout receiver. Probably worth renaming this later. Hey, Mary, nice to see you here. And yeah, we don't need this. Let's call this spout C actually. So there's not that many things. Probably want to rename the DLL later, but yeah. Spout name list. Otherwise it's too long. Spout DX to C for every function is just it's very verbose. So let's make up an API here. New receiver. So we're just gonna pass the sender name once. So we don't have to keep doing that. And then, hey, Undercard, thank you so much for the super chat. Love the work, and we need tutorials. Thank you so much. I hope once this works, if it works well, I can probably just do a release of the binaries. And in theory, all you need to do is install them into your wine prefix and like one of those INF file things for Windows, and it should just work. But yeah. Okay, so we need a new receiver, and So we want to have like we want to have a Spout CS connected thing to check if everything is okay. So we do need to pull that at least to some extent. And we just assume that making that call is going to update the info. So we do get sender info, and we basically need this structure. I was wondering about the device ID, but where is that coming from? Because it had like a DirectX device ID story going on. Get adapter info. Oh wow, is it using is that what the name is for? It's literally by name. Oh, that is janky. Where's the adapter thing? Oh, here. Set adapter sender index. Get sender adapter index. What is that? Yeah, that's literally... It comes from sender name. Sender name? Sender name? Wait, where does the adapter name come from? Oh, that's not okay. Oh, it just tries to open the share handle with everything. Yeah, it just tries... Okay. It just tries all the... It just tries all the devices until it succeeds. So I guess we basically have to do that. ID 3D11 texture 2D. And then we're gonna need that for the check texture access. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we just have to we have to steal that code basically. But that's okay. That one is public though. Get sender adapter. So we could use that one. Yeah, we could just use so what is set adapter? Okay, so this is just checking that and then yeah, okay. Yeah, so we can use that Spout DX feature only. And that will open the device for us. And then the only thing is I need yeah, it'll give us the adapter stuff. And then we have open DX7 share handle for a device. So yeah, it's gonna be a weird combination of APIs, but hopefully we don't have to do too much weird stuff. And we do get Spout DX from this class, so that's fine. Yeah, it's gonna be weird, but it's gonna work. Okay, so what we want to do here is connected, get sender info. It's basically gonna be this story. I don't think we need description. I don't know what partner ID is. We want these at least. And I think that's most of it for that. And then we just need something for... we need a free function for that. Sender names. And then we need the just the frame stuff. We're not gonna do those. We just have the texture locking, which is check texture access and allow texture access. Oh, it's not gonna create the texture for us. We probably wanted to create the texture for us. Actually, how does OpenGL do it? Because maybe the OpenGL API is easier. You can get the OpenGL texture ID from this. I'm not sure if this is any better. Because this is going to use like GLX and other stuff, so... Yeah, let's not do the OpenGL stuff. Hello! Hello, everyone. Just kind of curious how this does the locking. Same, it just uses the frame stuff, okay. Yeah, okay, so when you bind it, yeah, so this is actually what I want, except I don't want to use OpenGL from the Windows side. So that's the texture locking. Then we need something for the frame pacing. This is the opposite. It's using receiver-based sync, which I don't think is what we want. I just want to wait for the next frame. Is there no way to wait for the next frame? Yeah, these are going to be new functions I implement to just wrap this whole confusing API. Let me just OBS Spout2. I just want to see what this plugin does, if it does anything. Because I bet it's just using the OBS frame rate anyway, but... Spout2 is not good, but it's what we have. I'm not porting Spout2 to Linux. I am making Spout2 apps on Windows work in Wine on Linux with the Linux existing PipeWire stuff. Obvious module load. There's this stuff. Where is this doing the copy? And why is GitHub what? I think this is actually doing the... It's opening the DX handle directly, which is a good way to do it. DX handle context. There's a get sender info on the receiver, which I think is a separate class. Actually, isn't this class closer to what we want? Why does Spout has so many functions, like APIs? Okay. What's Spout, actually? This one? Oh god, there's another API with more functions. Why is this so confusing? Like, why are there so many APIs wrapping different subsets of the functionality in different ways? I am so confused. So Spout wraps... What? What is sender names? Oh, because this is based on Spout.gl. But then Spout.dx is also going to be doing something based on Spout.gl, right? Or not? Maybe not. So if I use Spout Receiver, it's for GL apps. Anyway, so this is just getting the receiver get sender info. Yeah, so that's a reference. And then it opens the shared texture, which makes sense. This is a good way of doing that. So then for rendering, oh no. It's not locking. It's not using the texture lock. So it just tears? Spout2 on OBS just tears? Well, I guess that way they avoid one copy, but... oh no. I guess it just tears. Well, I guess then we just have to make it work. This is so cursed. Okay. We're not gonna tear, we're actually gonna do copies. Which I guess means this is technically going to be less efficient, but also less broken. Okay. Could even provide an option for it in the registry or something, like whether to tear or not. But the other issue is I need to know how PipeWire wants me to do frame synchronization. Because in this case, OBS is just rendering whatever is in memory with no frame sync at all. Which I guess kind of works, but also, ouch. How does synchronization work in PipeWire? Because I really don't want to be CPU looping on a thing. How does the FPS? But because there's a get FPS info. Is the FPS part of the sender names? No. So how does it calculate the FPS? Because we did get the FPS out, didn't we? I think I have a log somewhere. Yeah, we did get the FPS. So where does that come from? Get FPS. Because at least if we have the FPS, we can... so that's in the frame gets under FPS. comes from M under FPS. Oh, defaults under FPS is system refresh rate. That's not useful. This is so cursed. Like, there is no such thing as system FPS. You can have multiple monitors with different FPSs. Like, so many concepts about Spout2 are just wrong. Oh no. So I guess it just checks the frame count. I mean, I really don't want to have to implement like a PLL or something on this frame time thing. This is so cursed. With hide format usage. Yeah, the frame count is a separate thing. What does hold FPS do? It's literally just a delay until you get a certain FPS. So they have this horrible semaphore thing for counting frames, where they like decrement it and then increment it twice, which is absolutely crazy. Is there a way of waiting for a certain value in the semaphore or something like that? But we can't call this within the texture lock because then it would block the sender from ever sending anything. Yeah, so it just creates the semaphore with a initial count of 1, which is why it never blocks. But there's no function to check Yeah, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. There's literally no way to just wait for a new frame. So the only thing it has is this frame rate control thing with the set frame sync, wait, frame sync. I don't know if senders actually do this though, they probably don't. This is extremely cursed. And I don't think the keyed mutex is going to have anything interesting in it either. It just has acquire sync and release sync. Wait, so what is this release then? What's that? Oh, it's probably just right. It's just a release. It's an object release, right? It's like a yeah, ref count. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's just the core object stuff. So it's actually doing the whole query interface thing for every single acquire and release. That's also quite dodgy. It expects the frames to be PipeWire buffer, not DMA buff. So then you can't use DMA buff? So does it always require CPU copies in that case? Because cameras can do DMA buff. In that case, it doesn't make sense to use that code path then. I would rather use the screen sharing and I could literally just render it in OpenGL for now. Process video async. What was that? so it's going through the CPU. That's unfortunate. That really should be fixed then, because I don't think there's a reason why OBS camera stuff shouldn't support DMA buff. I don't know if OBS always does this for cameras, but sorry, if PipeWire always does this for cameras, but like the whole zero copy thing is not just for window sharing, it's also supposed to be for cameras. Because like camera hardware can do DMA buff. I mean, Apple cameras are not USB, so... Yeah. Okay, then I kind of feel like maybe what I want to do today is first just get the frames into OpenGL. And I could literally just show a window with the spout source, which is good for debugging. Not too difficult if we just have OpenGL. And then that would allow me to use a window capture. So, you know, if you run VTube Studio, you'd end up with a separate window with a Spout2 source and then transparency, and you could capture that. Yeah, there's negotiation stuff, which is why this is complicated, but I think you could basically reuse the screencast code, which already does all that, I think. My impression was that PipeWire was supposed to just kind of work the same way, but I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, so we still have the question of the frame sync. I would love to know if stuff like VTube Studio actually supports the frame stuff. Yeah, using VTube Studio and removing the background is actually how I did all my streams with the Cyan previously. The ones where we were both there. It was just green screen, so that's what I'm trying to avoid here. The frame thing really bothers me. Okay, let me see if I can find video source. Let me see if I can find some documentation on how PipeWire expects you to do frame sync. It might be driven by the receiver, and in that case, that's actually the best possible case for us, and I don't need any wait code. The other option is I just do the whole PipeWire thing and forget about OBS for now and use GST to render it to a window. Or like FFmpeg or something that supports PipeWire video sources. PSG streamer plugin, yeah, maybe. Okay. Be nice if there was some better example, because this doesn't do DMA buff. By frame sync, I mean, how does PipeWire expect to synchronize frames? Oh, another thing, by the way, we might not need to wait for GPU rendering to finish in our side, because Linux has, at least Linux on non-NVIDIA machines, has implicit sync. So, I think that as long as we submit the GPU rendering operations, so we need to flush, but as long as we do that, and I think as long as we do that, we don't actually need to do a full blocking CPU wait for the for this. So if this were actually Windows, you get this weird inefficient copying thing going on. But because this is Linux, at least on non-NVIDIA, I think it's going to work fine without doing a full blocking step on our side. Because the kernel should be synchronizing for us. So yeah, what I want to know is basically is does PipeWire expect me to tell it how often I have a frame, or is it just always callback based? If it's callback based, then it's fine. But and I don't know if how I set the FPS. Basically, is PipeWire video push or pull? Is my question. Ah, PipeWire adopts the pull model. Okay. So then that should work okay for us. It just means that frames are going to be duplicated or dropped. So then we should be okay. Yeah, so then we don't actually need to do any frame sync stuff. We only need basically then this is the entire API we need. And I guess that get frame count would be nice to have. So we can at least have some idea of which frame we are at. Yeah, okay, so then this is basically gonna work then. Oh, I just closed it. Yeah, I think this is the entire API we need. Okay. So first, let's see what I can do about this Spout2 mess. I guess enabling the log is good. So for the sources, I don't want to change that API too much since we already made that work. And for the sources, we are doing this only the get sender list function. You're not using simple. This is calling get sender list. And that's just using the get sender count and get sender index, which calls from sender names. So I think we can just duplicate this code in here. There's no locking around this. This is kind of... This is also kind of questionable, but okay. So I'm just going to keep this function. And I think I don't need the others. I need name is clear. There's a get sender. Which is actually this one. And get sender count. Yes, we can keep all these. Yeah, I can just adapt this and not change it too much. And if you want to change it later, we can do that. But let's just basically we just have a sender names instead of Spout2, and it's easy to map. So okay, we need a Spout sender names. And I kind of want to wrap this in an internal instead of a type def, I just make these internal structures because I want to be able to have my own data in here. So just do the classic opaque API trick. And then I just put Spout2 in here. In this case, it would be spout sender names. Spout sender names. I think this is legal to do. I hope. And is the sender name stuff, does it have the log? I don't even know if it has logging, so... It does. Okay, these are just in spout details, so you can just do this, I think. At least for now. Spout, see new sender names. Yes, I worked on some driver for Mac stuff, but I don't work on that anymore. We don't want spout DX anymore. We want spout sender names. And we want spout DirectX, I think. So for spout receiver, what I want is spout DirectX, I think. So they just delete would be like that. And then we don't even need the reinterpret cast anymore. It's just what it is. Yeah, you can do type def. And yeah, I'm skipping this step for now, so... basically just copy and paste this. So now the function names, I think, since I renamed everything, this is Spout2 new sender names, free sender names, get sender count, get sender list simple, name this clear, get sender list. I think that mostly keeps the same API, and then the other stuff. Let me see how broken my build is so far. It's not in the include. Where's the include? It's including Spout DirectX, Spout DX. It is including Spout GL. Okay, so we don't need that. Is there a C flag sync somewhere? Because I really don't like that. Those warnings. Okay, Spout DX does not name a type. Yes, because this would be self-sender names. Yeah, I changed it to Spout C because it's not Spout DX C anymore, really. So I mean, I guess it kind of is DX, but not really. Next compiler arg usage. It should be in the... Oh, sorry, it's... Oh, and just realized Spout DX is using... it is using Spout GL. Okay, so actually I can just remove this one. And just keep those. And the unknown brightness is coming from... Yes, you're right, it's coming from the other one. Thank you! Oh, let's C++ args. Is Spout C taken, or do you want me to keep the Spout DX to C? I guess I can just keep it. If you really want me to keep it, I can just keep it. Oh, I broke this. I'll keep it. It's just not Spout DX anymore, you know? But if you have a better idea, let me know. I'll keep it now because it's easier to remove and rename that later. Yeah. It probably should be something like spout2 wrap or something like that. Okay, so what do we have here? Declared void? Need a free function for this one too. Okay, now that's the header file is happy. Slightly wrong. Slightly wrong name. I think I got used to the uppercase D, uppercase X thing from Rust. Okay, sender names. Oh, sender names is not a pointer, right? Get sender counts. And get sender. And get sender list. Is get sender list a thing? No, that's the same one we just did before. So, it's this story. I should probably wrap that in a separate function later, but okay. Redeclaration of sender list. Ah, it's already there because, yeah. And it's self, not this. Okay. Spout DX name list. And there's another redeclaration. Oh, Wait, what was the difference here? This is spout ecstasy. Huh? Oh, sorry. It is list. Wait, so then what is sender list? Oh, okay, that's the vec to null turn C list. Right. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. That's just an empty list, and I think it was already an empty list before. Oh, no, sorry, it's list equals sender list. Ah, there's both there. Okay, never mind. I'm going to just do that then. Okay. There's still a redecoration of what, where? Here. Okay, and then everything else is just stuff we're deleting. Okay, cool. So the other functions, let's get the other functions in here. Basically just copy these. And these, I don't even need to cast anything here, so. So, new receiver. For a receiver, what we want is... I think the Spout DirectX is the one I wanted. It says it's Spout, and Spout I think is based on Spout GL. Yeah. Okay, so we want the Spout DX. Spout DX. So yeah, basically this. So for new, we just created and then set the receiver. The same thing we did here. We already have the log file stuff. And delete this is delete self. I do want to assert not equals null everywhere just to be sure. Okay. So, so I also need Spout sender names for looking this one up because it's gonna be the same thing as Spout DX in that case. This one has sender names, frame, and Spout DX. We need all those. So for new receiver, we just set this in sender names. Set These just take the name on them. So, and how does spout.txt is connected? How does it determine that? Is it receive sender data returns true? And receive sender data returns true if there is no sender. Don't care about any of that. Yeah, so basically just get the info and check whether the yeah, just check for validity of the info basically. So basically just get shared info. So in this case, I actually just want to have the name in here. I don't even remember how this works. In C, like, I do not C++. Does this work? I think this works. So is connected. Sender names dot get shared info. Self sender name. Is this a thing? I think this is a thing. I think that's basically the check. I normally don't write C++, and I just like, I forget the syntax. So get sender info is just going to be returning all this stuff. Let's put an assert in here. And width, heights, formats, usage. I don't think adapter ID. Oh, that's the one that I. Oh yeah, that's one I just created. That I need to. I need to do the magic. Yeah, I probably want to do a check to see if the share handle changes and just do that here. Yeah, so that's probably the easiest way to do this without So this is where we're gonna do the weird DirectX stuff that we otherwise wouldn't have to do. But I also need to keep the texture in here anyway. So if self last share handle does not equal info share handle, else and then I'm just going to steal the code for finding the adapters. This really annoying thing. Just going to make it a static function in here. This is only checking the share handle, so and we don't need to name it or anything else. Yeah, this function is a huge mess. And I do want the might as well just return this from here and have this use self. Yeah, we don't care about any of this. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I bought you some snacks.
Snacks? What kind of snacks?
Doritos,
Ooh,
chocolate,
that sounds
Japanese
good.
stuff.
Thank you.
Yourself. Do you need water? I can get some
Some water would be nice. Or a drink or something.
And, when do you want to have dinner?
Oh, I mean, I'm not hungry at all, so it's gonna be a
You're not
while.
hungry?
A chocolate sounds good though. I'm gonna have some of that. Thank you so much.
Here's some water.
Thank you.
Dinner.
This has nothing to do with X11 or Wayland or anything like that. This is all completely agnostic. So we don't need info in there. We already have this stuff. And I think get num adapters is in here. Yeah, okay. Rust is C++, definitely Rust. I am not a C++ person.
Is that a door? Oh my god.
Is it what?
You have a door.
A door?
Door.
A daughter?
Oh. I'm actually the boyfriend.
I'm confused.
I'm actually the father! Musume
Huh?
ちゃんと3つ飲めます。
my girlfriend.
That's girlfriend?
Fiancee.
Fine.
Thank you. Okay, let's do a little refactoring here because too many indentation levels. And I set adapter pointer. Yeah, we need that. Okay. Oh wait, we don't even need to return the adapter. I mean, it might be useful, but actually we're creating the shared texture here. That's all we need to get the... That's all we need to get the mutex stuff to work. So actually just dump this in here. And returning the adapter ID might be useful, but... But actually, this is what we actually want to keep in here. So... in that case, we actually want to keep the adapter... I think. Why is it doing a flash? Does that even make sense? The only thing is, I don't know if we can actually, do we need to keep this adapter stuff going? How does SpoutDX do it? SpoutDX, keeps a device. I don't think it keeps the adapter. So I think we don't need the adapter. I'm pretty sure we need to keep the device up for it to make sense. I don't know if we need the immediate context for anything. I think we don't need that for anything. Yeah, I don't think we need the adapter for anything. Just temporarily. Just to double check that I'm doing the... This sets the pointer. Get adapter pointer. Yeah, it returns one with a new... Isn't this kind of buggy? I think it's creating a device but then releasing the adapter anyway. But there's already a set adapter thing in here, which I think makes more sense. And then it's going to already create a device as a test. Yeah, I think we can just do that. Okay, so basically just get adapter pointer. It'll just be set adapter. And it returns false if it's a problem. Continue. And then we already have the adapter set here. We just create device. Create the X11 device. And we actually want to keep that. So then it's really just open direct X11 because we're going to need that for the texture. And then I don't really need to return anything there. And that even creates the immediate context and everything. So, and then shared texture would be self shared texture. We keep that. Return true here, and we want to say self last equals I, and that's pretty much it. Don't need any of that. I don't think we need the immediate context for anything. And then I just need to make sure close the X0, close the X11 shared handle. Use the X11 texture. Is that a thing here? Yeah. Yeah, you just got release on that. if we have a shared texture, we just call release on that. And make sure to get rid of that. Otherwise, we just keep going through adapters. We run close DirectX 11. And I guess we can just do this in here because it should be tied to the texture. If we have a texture, it means we have successfully opened DirectX 11. Then we close it and go to the next adapter and return false here. And I guess you can just call that static bool and go in a DX texture. We can initialize, return false. Otherwise, set share handle to info share handle. That's that ready, and return true. Cool. Okay, and then for the frame count, do we need to initialize this? I'm not sure if we need to initialize this. We need to open access mutex and all that. Share handle. I think we can do this in the constructor. Probably. And what does release receiver do? That should just be in the destructor. It just releases the textures, close access muted, clean up frame count. Yeah, so that just goes in the destructor. And then just check texture access. Frame.check texture access. I think allow texture access probably doesn't return anything. Oh, it does return a bool. Okay. Allow texture access and get frame count, which just gets center frame, I guess. Yeah. Okay, cool. I think this is everything I need. Let's see how broken my build is. Quite broken. Do I not have that included? I don't. No, you want to go to Cyan's channel for the story, for that backstory. Not my channel. Go to cyan.yt on a browser and it'll take you to her channel. Getting closer. Semicolons. Oh, that doesn't... Who updates that? Get new frame. I guess this is basically just calling both of those. This one. Share texture info and get shared info and info. almost there. Unused variable p context. And we don't have dummy device anymore, or... also, sorry, I need to get the device from that. Oh, and then check texture access doesn't use share handle, it uses the texture, which is called share texture. So it's that. Okay, I think this API makes more sense. Almost there. Receiver has no net member frame. How did I end up with uppercase F? Hello, hello, hello. And finally, there needs to be a pointer, and we're getting somewhere. I think without even warnings. Okay, good. And now just fix the exports in here. Okay, those stay the same. New receiver, free receiver is connected. Get sender info. Check texture access. Allow texture access and get frame counts. Much fewer API surface there than before. Did I miss? I think I missed the... Oh, and I forgot the standard call in a bunch of these. I need to do that. Oh, this one doesn't need it. And the missing one is free receiver. And that's the naming issue. Is this work you're doing equivalent to the driver you have to install on Windows? I'm not sure what you mean. What Windows driver? Spout2 doesn't use any Windows drivers. Okay, I think this works. This builds and works. Now I need to make this work with the Spout2 XCP. So Spout2 XCP. Long time no see. Hello, hello. So, get sender list has not changed, and then we want to just create a receiver. And then we check is connected and get sender info. And then we have all the info here. So name, info width, info height, info format, info share handle. That's what that's called. And don't care about the other stuff. Don't care about FPS. And then we just call get frame count for the new frame. But we have to do that around the texture access stuff. And in theory, what I want to do here is actually, do I already have the check for the change in the texture here? Do I want to? Yeah, I might as well do that here. Let's do a let's do a event AD changed here, just a flag, and that way I can just that indicates to this side whether it has changed. So if we don't get there, if there is a changed, then we want to get a new shared texture. So we do this whole magic only if it's changed. And then I can just call the get frame count thing. And I want to do that around the texture axis. So texture axis, fails to lock share texture. Then we allow texture access, and then between we get the frame count. Something like that. So this is now a more reasonable API. what's going on here now. Yes, it's not called Spout DX anymore. It's called Spout DX. Sender names. And I did rename that, I guess. Spout DX sender info. Why is that? Did we fail? Is something missing copied here? Oh, because it's a struct and C needs a. This needs to be like this for C. Okay. Oh wow, this is actually being built with the. Wait, what? Really? Oh, we don't need that anymore. This is still using C90? Really? C90? Can I switch to C99? That would be nice. Please tell me I can use C99. Yeah, that's better. Get sender info. Missing a parentheses there. I mean, C23 is fine, but like at the very least, C99, please. Open shared resource handle. Okay, yeah. So this has to come from info.share handle. Oh wow, it's still saying mixed declarations and code. Is it because this is no? This is not Unix Cflex. I think the Cflex didn't work. Oh, because it probably needs to reconfigure or something. Whatever. It's not error. How do I do the, like... Fix me, trace... Oh, it's ERR, okay. Ah, that has to be a handle, which I think is a conversion. What did I have in there previously? That was already a handle. Was it? It was. And how is that doing it? I think it's just a cast. Yeah, it's long to handle. Okay, this is this thing. I guess I might as well make it handle in the API. Yeah, this is a C wrapper for a C++ API, and then I'm using the C functions. So almost there. And handle is a void, but it's not a void because it's a handle. Windows handles are weird. And ND status is apparently a long. I think this is a long because this is Windows. Wait, unknown character LL in format? Is that not a thing? Is this like a Windows thing? LLD? What did I have? I had LD. It should work. It says unknown conversion type identifier L. What? Okay, apparently it's L64. Fine. No, that doesn't work. What? Is it uppercase I? It's uppercase I. Oh, Windows. Why is Windows? Oh, I just realized this is... I broke my... This. 1 second, please. Just fixing something. Sorry about that. Something with my screen setup was a little bit broken. So what happened here? Did it work? Yeah, except for is connected. Why is that? Because I didn't create it. I didn't store it. Okay, now let's see if this works. Well, the frame count isn't working, but the texture stuff did work. Did I miss something here, or is it just broken? I think it should work. Maybe that sender doesn't actually... No, it needs to support the frame count. Did I, like, not enable it? Did I forget the enable frame count or something? No, it isn't there. Frame count or count disabled. Was that a log? Oh, setting not enabled and enable frame count. Okay. How? Oh, okay. That's that isn't the registry. That's why. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't really matter for us because we're just gonna using the pull model anyway. Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick break, and then we're gonna start seeing if we can get this into PipeWire. So, be right back. I'm just gonna check some notifications and go back to the code. All right, good. All right. So. Looks like we have an API that probably works. Now, we need to get this into PipeWire. So we already have a PipeWire context in here. I need to move this all into some kind of system to launch a thread. Does it need to be a thread? No, it doesn't need to be a thread, but it needs to be a structure. That creates a PipeWire sender. And I guess I need a lock. Well, this is already sending stuff into the Linux side, so the Unix side. So I need to do a bunch of how are we doing this? Unix lib has all this stuff. And now I need another API between this and Unix lib. So there's this update sources. And was that already called from here? I thought it was. Did I? No, yes, it is. Okay, so we call update sources. So I could do it using a callback, which I get the feeling is going to be the best way. Basically put this whole loop into a callback. Yeah, basically put this whole loop into a callback. Which means we need that variable to be stored somewhere. I'm guessing yeah, the Unix call and the there's the callback thing in Unix call. I saw that. So I basically need to move that into a callback. I can use a void pointer for the receiver state, and that's most of it. I'm guessing those pointers are a fixed thing for callbacks. So where are these callbacks? Yeah, these things. Okay. So basically the callbacks I need are create receiver, free receiver, and update receiver. And Windows make another Unix call. Oh, right, because the arguments. No, but you can. It's still shared memory, right? So we can still just. Like an APC will still let me share memory with the Unix side, right? Or not? Is it always asynchronous? Is there a way of? Oh, it's asynchronous, so you can't return stuff. That's a problem with the PipeWire thread. I need it to be synchronous. Yeah, so the problem is that if it's completely asynchronous, that's going to be an issue. Yeah?
I made a new dessert that you have never eaten.
A new dessert?
Yeah. You wanna try?
What kind of dessert?
Try it.
What is this? It's hot.
It's hot.
Fingers?
Yeah.
This is breaking apart.
It's not breaking
Mm-hmm.
You like it?
How do I eat it?
Just out.
Ow? Very good. Wait,
美味しい？美味しい？
what is it?
知ってる何？知ってる？
Hmm.
知らない？ It's flour.
It's a flower.
I deep fry the flour.
ね
美味しいでしょ？
美味しい。
ね。
Mm.
I put lemon tea as the batter.
It's really good. It's really sweet.
ね。
美味しい。
好きでしょ？
Mm.
I almost burned myself.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll make more.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
How are you doing? How are you doing, Dad? You're gonna be finished?
I just realized that the way I plan to do this might not actually work, so I need to think about how I would do this.
どうしよう。
I don't understand Windows. Yeah.
Come on, Dad.
So how does... There has to be a way to do callbacks from Unix to Windows without... without... without using a callback thread. Thank you so much for joining! Thank you. Unix to Windows on APC as far as I found. There has to be a way. Because I have to call these Windows functions from the PipeWire thread. Because there's like locking a mutex and everything. There has to be a way of doing this. Although the PipeWire is actually running in a... Wait, it is running in... What kind of thread is it running in, actually? So run loop is still a... Run loop is still... Yeah, it's still a Windows thread. So that's good. Which means we should be able to call Windows functions directly from there. If we can switch somehow. In fact, I remember there was something in the past where I actually ran into this. There was a bug where like it was some one PipeWire thing that was making callbacks into Unix from the wrong thread, and it was breaking because sometimes the Windows APIs were doing things with a thread pointer. There was something I've run into this with Wine, and it was totally calling Windows APIs from a Linux thread, and it didn't work because it was a Linux thread. But as long as it was a Windows thread, it would work. So I am sure there is a way to make this work without what you're saying with direct callbacks. There has to be. I know why internally does this. And it works fine as long as the thread is a Windows thread, which this is. Yeah, so there has to be a way to make this work without... Like, do we really need this Unix lib stuff? Hold on, let me look at the Wine source code. There... I'm pretty sure the post audio driver does something. See, this is Unix lib stuff. See, like this is calling anti-query system information from the Unix side. Anti-set event. You can call Windows functions from Unix lib. I think you need the entry point to be outside, but then you can still call Windows functions from in here. And we need that. So I think I just need to get, as long as I can get the header file from the DLL in here, or maybe I can pass the DLL functions as pointers. I think as long as I can do that, it should be fine. Yeah, it doesn't explain what you search for. So how is this Unix lib stuff linked? It's just compiled like that. And I guess Unix tflex is for Unix lib. Like, what happens if I just have this in here? If I just call function from Unix lib, sorry, from the make tab Unix. I see. Okay. Yeah. So what if I just like in Unix lib here? If I just have like a random prototype, and I declare this in so XCP app is Unix, Unix lib is that, Spout2 XCP is not Unix. So like if I just call that, actually no, if I declare this here, and they call it from Unix lib, is this gonna link, or are they really separate, completely separate link namespaces? Oh, what just happened here? Okay, yeah, so it won't link. But I think I can probably just pass a function pointer. I think I can just pass a function pointer. I think there's a reason why that wouldn't work. Or even just compile the code as part of Unix lib. The reason why we can't... Oh, because that's a DLL, right? And probably can't link with the DLLs in Unix lib. But... yeah, we DLL on the Unix side, but... but then, yeah, it should work with just a function pointer then. There's no reason for that. We are in a Windows thread. We should be able to call Windows functions. So let's try moving start sender names to a function pointer. So instead of run loop params is what's going on here? Yeah, that comes from, so basically instead of this funny APC stuff, we can just use regular function pointers, I think. And then I just put all my callbacks there, and I think I can just call them synchronously. Let's see if that works. That's going to be the first obvious test. So delete that. And this is the same thing. And I don't know if callback is a thing we need, but that did not work. It did get to the run loop and then PipeWire connected, and And it died there. So it doesn't work? But it has to work. Is it because there's a callback? It could be a calling convention thing because this is a... how do I make... Yeah, I probably need something so that the calling convention is compatible. There has to be a thing for that. I need C decal. Does that work on Linux? Yeah, there has to be something for that. I think it just needs to be like STD call for calls back to Windows. Actually, we got as far as here, so the call actually worked. We got into the Windows side. We got into the Windows side. So now why did create thread not work? The problem is this is like impossible to debug because of the way the Unix calls are working. Let me look at the wine stuff again, because I think this should be easier than what we have right here. Like, there's no way Bind is doing Unix call for everything. Like, this is a DLL main, right? And this is something easier than that. Let's say, for example, like something that's not a audio driver because it has an API behind it. Something that would go straight to Linux. No, this should be 64-bit. How I don't know exactly. I might just be the wrong calling convention, but it did get as far as the trace at least. How about just OpenCL? So that does have a unixlib.h. Yeah, so this is doing like CT API stuff, and so what about this Unix stuff? This is not doing any callbacks. Oh, WP cap. I guess these are also not callback based. Yeah, APC is fine for just the names, but I need direct calls for other stuff. So, is the pragma thing also there? I need to find which ones are Unix. Yeah, so stuff like this. There's not many of them that have the make the Unix thing, but I guess that's only for dependencies anyway. This has to be really simple, and I'm just really not finding a good example for how this works. No, that's... Come on, this is really not documented anywhere. One lib user's guide. Okay, maybe this makes sense. I don't understand how winelib works. Like you have to be compiling using the Unix compiler for Unix calls to work. But then how do wine calls work? Like, maybe the solution here is to just... maybe the solution here is to just build everything differently. Like, even build the Spout2 stuff with WineLib, but what I don't understand is how they deal with the calling convention. Because on some level, you have to build Windows software for, like, you know, like long is 32-bit and stuff like that for it to work. But you can't build Unix software like that. So how is the split supposed to work with WineLib? Like, I don't really understand. Like, the thing with the Unix calls makes sense because of the calling convention, but WineLib is kind of claiming you don't have to do that at all, and it's combining with Unix compilers. But then, how could it possibly call Windows functions where the types are different? I'm missing something here. I'm surprised this isn't documented anywhere. Come on, we can't be the first people doing this. Huh? Did they mess up the certificate? Let me just try cdecal in case that's any better. I'm just trying things at this point. Yeah, there's user mode callback stuff, but that's for like things that pretend to be kernel space, right? Which isn't really the case here. No, it still breaks. Just to see if it's crashing there or crashing somewhere else. Yeah, it's crashing in the thread start call. And I really want to get at least a crash dump when this happens, because this is also very, very annoying when it just like disappears. Why is this so not documented? Come on. Like, if it's this create thread that is broken, I don't care, but, something, like, like, what is supposed to work? What is supposed to work? Like, here's a wait for single object called from Unix lib. Any pointer in the Unix called parent struct and fill with the result will not help. Yes. That's for getting back results from Unix to Windows, but I need the reverse. I need to call back from Unix to Windows and then get results back. What does the Unix lib thing do exactly? There has to be, because there's this syscall story, but that actually like changes stacks and stuff, and I think there was an update. Here, what does this say? Is this more recent? It's probably something to do with like GS and FS and stuff like that. But there has to be there has to be a thing. 'Cause like this is built with Unix. And it has all the Unix lib entries. But it can make Windows calls. Mhm. That's weird stuff, but yeah, so for example, this is calling pthread stuff, and it's open API integrate threadx. And this is built with Unix. Make dep. Is it just because I need to pass some arguments that I don't otherwise? I want to know why this crashes. I don't understand how wine works. Okay, I guess I could start doing some kind of polling thread in the Windows side to send the center info, but I really don't want to do that. They should just be able to check it itself in line, and I need the mutex stuff too. What? You what? Oh. Why is it still not documented? Do I need to like ask an IRC or something? What?
The delivery, not my server button.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
You need something?
No, I'm just.
Water refill?
I'm. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. Okay, what about this WoW 64? Yeah, so this is the whole thing about Windows 32-bit calling 64-bit Linux libraries, which is a whole other interesting story. Which might be related. Okay, so this is using NT-Cisco for everything. So how do callbacks work? Is there a thing for that? I think it's just not gonna find anything interesting that way. Yeah, so you need to think about business for that to work, but the fork is a special case, so like, is it possible you can only call NT functions from Unix lib and not Win32 functions? To use user dispatch callback. Okay, so that is a thing. Is that how it's supposed to work? Maybe that is how it's supposed to work? One DMO, I don't know what that is, but that sounds interesting. That might work. And then I guess it's copying memory or something like that. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. That makes a little bit of sense. So we need a params. This dispatch callback thing sounds interesting. That one takes no parameters, but I'm just going to use this to see if it does what I want. I mean, this might work. And I guess for init, I probably need to pass yeah, I guess it should be UN64. Yeah, so this is mixing, because mixing callbacks and APC, so that makes sense. Yeah, so we do it like this. Start sender names. And then I guess we just cast that. Did I cast here, or is it just... That's weird that it's not even casting, but okay. So then in Spout2 API, starts under names equals starts under names thread. And I guess this just needs to be Buen API at this point. And then in Unix lib, it just basically does this. I guess I'll wrap this in a little function here. This can just be dispatch callback params, yeah, because it just passes like that. Then dot callback. Just use run loop params dot that. Start sender names. Red pointer, red LAN. And then it's actually receiving the thread here, but we don't even care about that. And then you're supposed to return NT callback return with some stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And let me just ignore that. Is this documented somewhere? Oh, okay, so this is specifically a wine thing. Just want to know if you can call it with null. It's always returning something. And I don't know how... Okay, you're supposed to free the return one? Is it copying? How does the... Because if the callback return... Okay, what does callback return do? A lot of things. Does user mode callback return, which is a bunch of assembly. I think it's just copying those returns. I think it's not actually copying any data. So I think we can just ignore those. Okay, let's see if this works. And it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? What is dispatch callback params? Into user. Oh, I need that in Unix actually. Why did I run that instead of that? This is so cursed, but at least I think this callback thing is actually what I want. It's basically a thunk between the worlds, and that assembly is kind of what I expected, right? It's messing with whoa, okay. Or did I just break? What? I can't include into user here? Okay, maybe I just did something cursed. It might be okay now. No, I don't. What? What? Huh? Yeah, that's what it is, but its implementation is quite cursed. Okay, what is going on here? What? I am so confused. Am I not supposed to include Unix lib into... I'm so confused. But we need the parent structure, right? It needs to be on the Windows side. Hold on. No, this is putting it in both. This is NT user on both the Unix side oh, I think wait, isn't it just this? Isn't it just that I need Win32 no status? I think it's just that. I think it's just that. Okay, hold on. Or not? So this is failing to compile on what file? On the Windows side. It's failing to compile on the Windows side. Maybe I'm just missing a header file I'm supposed to go in first? Ah, yeah, I think it just has to move after all this. I think it's just an include order problem. Maybe, hopefully. No. I think that Win32 no status has to go somewhere. Yeah, Win32 no status has to go first. And then I guess on the Unix side, it doesn't really matter. Wait, this includes NT user. It's something silly with the includes. Okay, now. I think now it's working. I think now it's not crazy. Okay, good. Or not. It compiled. Okay, so no, hold on. The Windows side is fine now. The Unix side is broken. The Unix side is broken because we don't have the no status. We probably need that. Or hold on. So this is Unix. Config macdriver.h. Yeah, we need stuff in the Unix side too. You actually just put these here. Okay, now we're getting closer. Okay, now it's not failing on a million things. Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah, so just a mess with okay, so we don't need this anymore probably. And we don't need GDI, but I do need anti-user. Yes, probably WinDef and WinBase that probably were needed there. Okay, so return with no value. This is a static void. And these just turn into that. And then I fix some warnings here that we have. And then this is just that. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere now. Let's see if this actually works. Okay. So PW context. That's not a void? It should be a void. I guess I need to cast it. Oh wait, no. Silly me. Okay. And now, oh, there's unused variable stuff. I don't care. Unix lib entry T, unknown type name. We are missing, the wine Unix lib in here. Probably. Okay, I think we are. Yeah, now it works. Now it compiles. Okay. And then this cast bugs me because are they casting here? Okay, they do cast it. Start sender names. Yeah, this one. Okay, good. We're getting somewhere. Hopefully this is gonna work, and it means my callback idea is gonna work. This is gonna be a little funny with the return pointers and all that stuff. Yes. Okay, it works. This works. Cool. This actually works. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Okay. So now now we can actually now we can actually do something here. So we are calling the PipeWire thing in here. So this code has to move. The callbacks I need are let's create those now. Okay. The only thing I don't know is whether I need to use that return argument for the do I need to use the return argument for the return value, or can I literally just modify memory in the arguments? I think I can just modify memory because I don't think there's a reason for any of these pointers to not work. And it's easier to use statically, not statically, a stack allocated thing for the return value. So, but there's a whole return data thing, so maybe there is. Maybe there is a reason for that whole thing. I'm not sure. Oh, this is kind of funny. So it's like calling the same callback twice. What about this red PTR stuff? You long to what's going on there? Okay, so in this case, it's actually just using the return value without any allocation stuff. So what about this call Vulkan debug utils callback? I'm really confused. Like, this is returning a VK Bull 32. And then it just returns it as data. But then, so then where is this pointer allocated? I don't get it. Where is the pointer allocated? And it frees it. It frees the params, so it's none of the params. I don't get it. How? Where is this allocated? How can it be returning something from the stack? Oh, is it because it switches stacks, so the original stack is still there? Is it because it switches stacks, so the original stack is still there? So it can literally just return stuff in the... That is... Oh, that is... So basically, anything you return is valid until you do another callback from the same thread? Oh, that is tricky. So... Let me look at the assembly code again for that, because dispatch callback. I guess the return is what I really want. The empty callback return, because that's what takes the return and stuff. Yes, it's doing a no return. Return pointer, return length. It moves those in. And then it calls leave. What does this do? No. Okay, that copies the frame pointer. Yeah, it's doing a new frame. It's setting up a new base pointer, so then it switches stacks. Yeah, I think that's what it's doing. Okay, that is evil. It's like this, why does this even have a return value when this call is switching stacks and not returning anywhere? Huh. where would it return to? There's nowhere to return to. That, wow, okay, that's really confusing. So yeah, I guess we literally just put the return value, if we want to, in the stack of the caller, and then that gets passed back. But yes, there's no reason for us not to be able to return as an argument. So I think we can just do that. Wow, that's something. Switching stacks, that is so evil. Okay. Yeah, so let's get rid of that wrapper because that is not useful for anything. STP app. I think I already used that. Yeah, I did. Okay. Starts in next. Okay, so now the API we need. The API we need. Whew, that was really weird. Okay. The API we need, going back to our thing, is we need an API to create a receiver, an API to update a receiver, and an API to destroy a receiver. So create receiver, we just want it to return a pointer. So the return value here would just be a void star. So that kind of makes sense. Yes, okay. Create receiver. Destroy receiver. Update receiver. Okay. Create receiver params. That just takes a sender name. Destroy receiver. That is just our opaque value for a receiver. And then update receiver. Takes a receiver and basically everything we want to get back, which in this case would be and because these structures are called are used from Windows and the Unix side, I think I want to make sure the types are not anything weird. So let's just say updated is like, we can have a flag thing here. Make a little flags API here. Make this one 0, that one 1. So we're like converting APIs here between different formats. Oh no, sorry, update receiver, and then we need the lock and the texture lock and texture unlock. So we actually want a separate thing there. So after update receiver, we want to do lock texture and unlock texture. And lock texture will do the frame stuff. So we don't care about the share handle. We're just gonna get these things, most of these things in here with height, format, usage. I think we need definitely don't need the adapter ID for anything useful on the Unix side. Oh, these are actually the return values, so we can just have a separate structure for return. And it'll just be in the stack. And then lock texture params. It just takes a receiver. And unlock texture params. Just takes a receiver, and lock texture return will return the FPS and frame stuff. So let's just do the standard Unix like -1 type of deal there. And we're gonna actually have frame counts, but I might as well put the API here in case it's useful. And then the log texture doesn't have to have any return. So I think these are the callbacks we need. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So starts in the domains thread is this callback. I think we can move all these to like one portion in the file here. Let's just put them at the top, I guess. It's in the name sync command thread. So starts in the domains thread, it just does that. Thread is in here as a global somewhere, I think. Yeah. Okay, cool. Starts in the domains thread. Create receiver. Oh, and this shouldn't be void. I need an argument in there. That just worked kind of by accident, I guess. The way you do arguments here is it's just args and size. Okay. So then we have create receiver. And that comes with create receiver params, args, sender name. So just need to fill this in. NT callback return, status success. Yeah, this is like really evil. And that should be just it just returns a void, so it just does this. Just returns the pointer on the stack. Destroy receiver. Destroying receiver. Here's receiver. Receiver. And I don't think we need a return from that. Okay, cool. Then we need update receiver. Update receiver. And then that's going to have a whole return structure in here. Updating receiver. So then we basically just run this whole thing here. And this is where we return the DMA buff texture actually. So So we need that. This whole thing goes in there. Nothing in the sleep. So we check if it's not connected. We just say ret flags or equals. And actually, I want to make sure this is actually initialized. Disconnected. And just go to ret in there. If we can't get sender info, it's just gonna be the same thing, just the different trace. Because there's technically a race there. And if info changed, we do this whole thing. Ret dot DMA buff FD equals FD. Flags or equals receiver texture updated. And then if these things fail, I guess I should have a separate return value for texture invalid. Because I guess it's possible for there to be, possibly there could be a race here, I think, where like the texture is updated like somehow twice in a row. I get the feeling this could be racy, I'm not sure. So I was gonna say receiver texture invalid, and then we have to like let's just say -1 also because 0 is a valid file descriptor. So if there's an invalid texture, we have to like fail the frame or something like that, or just retry. And if the octal failed, we do the same thing. Otherwise, we can check status success there. And Unix resource, the close should still be there. Go to ret. If info changed, go to ret. And I think that's enough. And then we just need the lock and unlock. Unlock texture. And actually this can be a shared structure because it's the same thing for both. Actually, let's just call this receiver params because it's actually the exact same thing. Receiver params. All those functions use the same thing, just take a receiver as an argument. This is the Unix style red file thing here. I don't know if you're supposed to just fail it here, but I feel a little weird. I feel like it should be like a wrapped return value thing, so this probably makes more sense. Receiver, params receiver. Fail to lock shared texture, return -1, and then unlock the same story. And delete all this. Oh, sorry. Lock is the one that has to do this, not unlock. And there's a red file there, so and then we can get the frame count, and that we can just do that in the 64-bit. Red.frame counts. If new frame. And then return that. And this would have no returns because it can't fail. Parents receive non-texture access. Yep, that's all there is to that. And then we need to actually pass these here. Create receiver, destroy receiver, update receiver, lock texture, and unlock texture. Probably should be done like that. So this should at least compile if I didn't mess anything up. I guess we don't really need the APC thread at this point, but I might as well leave it for now. Let's see. That's parent sender name. Update receiver return. It's not that, it's this. info undeclared, get sender info. I didn't declare that. Sender name's thread undeclared. That probably means I messed up a brace somewhere. Name undeclared. Here, you don't need that. Wait, where did lock texture return? This just needs a forward declaration. Getting somewhere. Is it just not? Oh, sorry. Equals. I can't see. I'm forgetting to see. Santa's calling me for dinner. Okay. But I want to keep working. I want to at least get the PipeWire stuff. Okay, so this works. Okay, let me try. We're not gonna be able to do the PipeWire thing. It's a little too complicated, so I want to just see if I can render a single frame at least with OpenGL or something like that. I think so if I here in the there's an update sender names thing. What is that called? Update sources. Okay. So it does updating source list and does other stuff. Source equals %d%s. Okay. If we have sources count, and get the first source, and then we have to have all these callbacks. So let's write some wrappers for that. create receiver. It takes the name. I really should start just doing client format on this stuff, shouldn't I? What happens if I do it? Oh, it's not loaded? Oh, right, this is different. Oh, actually. I know, yeah. Yeah, it's doing a very different thing. I should put a client format file here to actually make this reasonable. Okay, create receiver, name, passes the name, causes that, return. In this case, the return from create receiver is just the pointer. Return null in that if that fails. If ret ptr and return null. Destroy receiver. Doesn't need to return anything. Destroy void destroy receiver. I like that this is regular C. Void receiver. It's opaque. Destroy receiver, and this is receiver equals receiver. And we don't need the return stuff in this case. Ta-ta-ta. And then we have update receiver. Update receiver. And we have this weird thing where we can actually return a whole struct like that, even though it's not allocated. As weird as that is. And then we have the lock texture and unlock texture. And unlock texture doesn't have any return, so it's just this story. See how that compiles. Sender name has because these are the wrong type. As the receiver params for these. And this is create receiver params. Oh, it's .dispatch.callback. How is this called with arguments? Yeah, parents is written inside of params. Okay. I just want to get something. I just want to get a frame out. And I'll be happy. Okay, cool. No warnings other than the unused nonsense. So, source list updated, and then this stuff here. Let's see if we can do this. So, let's just... Let's just create receiver and do a little sleep here, actually. Sleep 1, just to make sure I did something. Create receiver. Receiver, receive. Update receiver return. And then, well, we don't really need to lock the texture. We know that works. We know that works. We know that basically works, but just in case, let's do that. Let's go all the way to destroy. Update receiver and do trace. What is Spout2 and what it does? It's a thing used to send video between Windows apps, and I'm trying to use it to make it work on Linux to send video between a Windows app in Wine to Linux apps. So it's used for VTubing a lot, so you can send your avatar from a VTubing app to the OBS. So what broke here? I didn't like lock texture return. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, this is just lock texture. And I guess it didn't like the what argument? Width, height, usage, format. Format. Lock rex. Lock texture. Almost there. Okay, and then I just need to get this DMA buff 50 imported into an OpenGL something, which is going to be its own little story. Okay, so this compiles. Let's see if this actually runs. Let's see if it does what it wanted to do. So let's update it. Cool. It went as far as that, and I think it died there. So we did create the receiver, and we did get the DMA buff FD. And I guess I need to check here to make sure this doesn't die in case it's null. probably have a little bug somewhere here. What? There's a lot of things that I use Spout2 in like video production. Ah, it returned 0. Okay. So the destroy worked, but it returned null, so that something didn't work there. Why didn't it work? I am passing a return value there. What about my wrapper? Update receiver return. Ah, because red is supposed to be that size of, not a pointer. Just make me think about this for a second. Yeah, I think in this case there's no indirection. We just return the return pointer directly because they're returning something that was returned like that. I didn't kill it. Yes, there we go. Now we have a receiver update. And now I just want to get that DMA buff FD on the screen, please. Very, very quick. Someone has an example I can just copy paste. Yes, this thing. This is basically Spout2 for Linux. Just the basics. So on the client, yeah, we got the descriptor already. So where's the examples? Repo! Steal all this code. Main render. What's going on here? Yeah, so I'm just gonna steal all this, stick it in a source file there. Separate file because otherwise it's gonna be really messy. So this is spout.txt. Let's call this render.c and just dump it all in here. Where's this raw? So then this has to have the dependencies in there. This magic. And we need GL. How is this linked? Just ETL, LDL, X11. Yeah, let's just use X11. Because I really don't want to deal with Wayland right now. So take that. I I know I would have just used like, you know, Glut or one of those things that does it for you, but okay. No arguments. There's no arguments to be done here. Create data or data. We're not going to do anything data like that. Is server. Okay, so create the, not main, just call it do render. And I can just get the unixlib.h here. Make sure I actually am importing the right things. What's this socket where? What are all these header files? Render socket window. Oh, it's okay. It's actually running code in header files. Weird. Don't need anything from socket. This I can just steal. And render is the one I want for the most part. Cool. Okay. Do render, create a event, initialize GL, GL setup scene, texture data. Okay, so this is all going to come from the arguments, which in this case are going to come from unixlib, update receiver return. And we don't need any texture data size because we're not going to have any texture data here. None of this. So it's not a server. You're only a client and no socket there. So, and actually, because the socket is not sorry, the FD is not going to be it's not going to change as long as the texture doesn't change. I could just render this and it'll do the stupid spout thing with no synchronization. So texture source metadata. Yeah, so that's all that stuff. So this is the 4cc. What are those called? I know I can find these. Yeah, this kind of thing. I think this is what I want. Where is this? This is in drm4cc.h. I don't know if it's RGB or BGR. I'm just gonna wing it for now. So we do that. The FD is info dmapbuff FD. There should be no offset for the plane, and the pitch is just going to be implied. So 4 times texture data width, because this is actually kind of a problem because the textures might need to be padded depending on requirements. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with the pitch there. Because Spout2 doesn't have a pitch argument. So I might need to do some weirdness here. And the modifier is just going to be this invalid in user include or mod linear or whatever. Yeah, DRM format mod linear. That's a very strange way of... That's a very strange way of doing something very simple. Create image, and then it goes into the texture, and then, yeah, draw scene, subbuffers. We don't have a server in this case. We don't have help. We don't have parse arguments. We don't have create data. We don't have rotate data. Cool. Let's see if this compiles. This was a very, very improvised OpenGL thing. Did it actually compile on the first try? Are you kidding? Did it actually get the file? It might have. Okay, there it goes. This really? Okay. Fine. Well, we'll buy that. Let's call do render right in here. We're not even gonna lock it. That did not work because it undefined reference. Why is it undefined reference? Are we like in the wrong? Oh, I need to regenerate the makefile. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, because this makefile thing. Let's see if this doesn't do too much rebuilding. Yeah, it's gonna do some stuff. It's gonna take a second because it's rerunning a bunch of compiles for no reason. Okay. DRM4CC not found. What? It's because it's not in the this is building inside a container and it doesn't have that? That's quite annoying. Is it in a different place in the container? Can I like... Is there a mount pointer? How does this work? No. It's libdrm, okay. Oh, because it's in like this funny path. Fine. And I don't need socket.h. I don't need that either. Okay. API entry redefined. Oh, interesting. That is a thing in GL apparently. Doesn't really matter. And I think I'm missing something. What VTuber app am I using? It's called PNG Tuber Remix. And it's just this Yulong thing, which I think what I'm gonna do is I should just put this into a different header file. I'm just gonna cheat, copy and paste. I don't really want to put all the Windows stuff into this Linux header file. I don't really want to do that. Did it just complain about a few useless things? Okay. I saw something. I think it wasn't actually... I think it didn't actually work, but it did... ETL no image. I do have an FD. Wait, FD2, that doesn't make sense. Really? FD2? No, 67. Oh, flag 67. Wait, why is this flipped? What? Something is silly. So we did get the new texture DMA buff FD, that's FD. DMA buff FD equals FD, flags equals whatever. And then in Unix lib, did I just flip those or did I really? Oh yeah, these are just flipped, so it is correct. And the crash was in 232. So it just failed to create the image. Okay, so we can't import it. My friend just said to mod invalid. What now? Oh, FD0. Okay, that's wrong. The data here is wrong. Info width, info height. Why is the data wrong here? Why is everything wrong? This is definitely a very clean structure with nothing weird in it. How did that end up there? Oh, because info is only valid until here. Because of the stack story. Yeah, let's just do it like that. Okay. It's all so weird. Okay. Oh, that still did not work. But I have the right values now. It still just failed to import though. Usually alignment requirements shouldn't be too bad for this, and it is a right width. Let me just use some dummy values here, just in case it's some kind of alignment issue. I probably want to run like this with Mesa Debug or something like that. I'm leaking so many. That seems better now. Ah, konnichiwa. No, that did not work. Nothing debug there. That's weird because I'm pretty sure that's a valid DMA buff file descriptor. It's not that, is it? Yes, PipeWire can do transparent video. Nope, that does not work. Oh, sorry, this is wrong. It needs to be like that for this one. I don't know how other GPUs do it, but at least on Apple Silicon, it wouldn't really care about anything here as long as the pitch is aligned and, you know, if the other stuff is wrong, it'll just render wrong. But I don't know if AMD, which is this, has other ideas about validating these arguments. Nope, still doesn't like to. Still doesn't like to import it. Is it because of the modifier? This is not NVIDIA, this is AMD, so... Oh! Oh, we got something! It imported with not linear. It's so broken, but it imported. Okay. The size was wrong, so it's normal that it imported really broken. The question is it going to import with the right size? Yes! Oh, look at that! I mean, it's obviously broken, but it's actually showing something. It's obviously doing something. So that actually looks like this is not the right modifier. Like, this is tiled. That looks very tiled to me. Which is very interesting because how the heck does Spout2 work with this being tiled? Also, the colors are obviously backwards. Is it? I think it's just ARGB. But then, yeah, obviously this is... like, something is really off there. Because the import is basically just a buffer in GPU memory, so it doesn't know that it doesn't match the format as long as it's supported. Yeah, okay, there you go. So now the colors are right. Now the colors are right, but the dimensions are wrong. So it's supposed to look like that. So now I wonder what possible modifier it could be using, because yeah, AIM uses a bunch of interesting modifiers, so is it possible to study programming by watching my streams? I don't know. I mean, you might learn some things, but it's most of the time I'm just working, not necessarily trying to teach. Yeah, this really looks like a tiled setup. Let's let me just fix the Windows stuff. Make this a little bit more reasonable, and the window size should be the same as the texture size. Like this one. So I'm kind of curious about the formats, because I thought it supported ARGB, but maybe there is well, I think there's basically two options. One is that the modifier is being implied. Okay, there you go. So now this is the right dimensions, and the scaling is obviously different. So, yeah, I would love to know how this is. Like, is it just implied in like the driver that it picks up the best modifier it can? How does? Well, I guess this is DXVK, so. So DXVK has to somehow do the right thing. DXVK has this code for the GPU resource stuff. Util shared raise. This open KMT handle. Oh, you can set and get the metadata. That's useful. So maybe that's how it works. So maybe we need that too. DXVK share texture metadata. So where is when is this imported into this is a DMA buff. I might be in Vine. There's an opaque FD bit, which I think is supposed to be DMA buff in this case. I guess technically this could require me to import it into Vulkan and then export it again as DMA buff, but I guess it's possible that what this is doing is that it's actually somehow like using I'm just gonna look into the AMD driver right now just to see what it's doing. Why is that like because it's not using DMA buffs per se, it's using what Vulkan calls those opaque buffers. So I guess it's possible that it like knows how to get a modifier somehow out of that, but so for example, ANV is calling it exactly, it's treating it exactly the same as DMA buff. Like I guess technically you're supposed to import it into Vulkan and then re-export it, but I really don't want to have to do that. So this should be this one, Radby formats. Hold on, here we go. Tiling! Dedicated only bits. Ah. And then this is his tiling. But then for actually... This is for get external image format stuff. Ah, but this is treating it the same. BO from FD. So what about the modifier? Ah, there's a get metadata, sorry. So what about tiling? Does what does TXVK say about tiling? It goes with tiling optimal. So that might mean that I actually have to use Vulkan for this instead of GL so that we get the same thing. So what does AMD call about optimal tiling? It's this optimal tiling features thing. So that means that implicitly what Spout is doing does not guarantee at all that the texture is not compressed. Which means that Spout2 is also broken in yet another way. Especially as OBS uses it. I think it's kind of broken then. This is common, okay. And it's all very complicated. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to guess this. Does it work if I just set it to invalid modifier? Like, is that what I need to get it to use the implicit best modifier for the... implicit best modifier for what's going on? Maybe. Maybe that's the right thing. Oh, that did not even import with invalid. Okay. So what if I just don't set it? For me to get some dinner. So yeah, this is all very interesting. Nice to know that it supports optimized modifiers, and also that tearing the texture is a really bad idea, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is all broken in some cases, but there you go. From Spout to random Linux OpenGL app. Next, I need to figure out how to get this into PipeWire, and then how to get it out of PipeWire on the OBS side. Look at the beginning of the stream if you want to see what that was about, because we figured out the PipeWire camera support isn't... Sorry, the OBS PipeWire camera support is not what we thought it was. So there you go. And yes, this seems to be uncompressed, because otherwise the tearing would definitely break things. So anyway, thank you all for coming. I'm going to see if I can get some dinner. I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you all next time.
I made a table of food.
Yay!
Crawfish, fried flowers.